Hello, Voraktee.
Wow.
How's everyone doing?
Doing all right.
Good. I'm like switching.
I've been sick
Oh,
you go.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've been sick the past 3 days, so that's been
I'm sorry to hear that.
not fun. Alright, I'm feeling mostly better today, so
That's good.
anyway, what were you gonna say?
Just that I'm switching to my new work schedule and I'm not used to being awake this long before the Pathfinder game.
Oh my goodness. What's your new schedule like?
It's not super. I'm gonna be starting work at like noon most days,
Okay.
so like probably I'll be, I don't know. I used to kind of be going to bed at like 4-ish, getting up at like noonish. I'll probably be something like that most days again. And then just getting up a little bit early when I work. Since I only gonna work 2 days a week.
Oh, nice.
Well, and
So it's an adjustment, but it's not like
yeah,
crazy.
right.
What's the new job?
Hosting like escape rooms at kind of a
Oh, that's
locally owned place.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. A pretty big
That
shift.
sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. Sounds like there's a lot of downtime, which is not bad for me. If I can like hop on it.
You can still host Pathfinder on Saturdays then.
Well, I don't know if it has that
Have
much
some-
downtime.
Oh.
You think Jozu interrupts me a lot?
No. People
Just-
stuck
just
in an escape room would interrupt you a lot more.
Yeah.
Respond to the customers the same way you respond to Josu, just like, buddy. And they'll understand.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Is it remote, or are you having
No,
to like
no.
go to?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I go there and I'm like welcoming customers and getting them set up and
I see.
resetting the escape room and stuff when they're done.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Giving hints as they go along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first day
Well, that's
is
cool.
tomorrow, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh my gosh! Oh yay!
Mhm.
I can't wait to hear all about it.
Yeah. I do.
You get to watch in horror as they break everything in the room.
I have thought about
They
that.
think
It's
it's
like-
a rage room.
What's the protocol if someone just takes out a hammer and starts smashing the table? I haven't asked that question. I don't know if there's a specific
Maybe you'll
protocol.
never have to.
Yeah, maybe it's not ever an issue. You are on camera like the whole time, so it's probably pretty easy to hold people liable.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, maybe it's just not a concern.
Oh my gosh! And you get to listen in on everyone's confused conversations. And...
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be so fun.
I've only done like 2 escape rooms, I think.
Yeah.
But I want to do more. I really enjoy doing them. They're really fun.
They are.
Well, you should come do the one in Denver. And then I can just give you... I can steer you the wrong way the whole time.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you can give me all the hints so I can speedrun it and get the record.
I know that's not nepotism, but it feels like it.
I feel like it is the most innocent form of nepotism out there.
Yeah, it is. The
It's
mildest.
It's like you feel the most bad accusing someone of nepotism if that's the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's the most insidious if you're doing it purely to like inflate your own ego.
True.
There's like no gain or reward for it other than. I mean, I suppose that's not insidious.
Also,
it's just...
like, I can't even deny it. Whereas, like, everyone who's accused of nepotism ever tries to deny it.
Yes.
And, like, they think that they have grounds to stand on where it's like, oh, no, I didn't get into this very high up position because I'm literally just born into money. It's like, oh, you literally are the brother of the person running the escape room and he's been feeding you hints the entire time.
You definitely don't have to be quiet, Druid. you can definitely chat. That's totally fine. But hello. Yes, I do usually miss messages for a little while. But delightful to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, the other thing. I do have to work next Saturday. I don't know if the schedule is gonna like. I don't know how consistent the schedule is gonna be.
Okay.
If it's gonna like go back and forth between Saturday and Sunday. I know I'm working like one weekend day every week. I thought it would be consistent, but it might just not be. But I don't think they've hired like the other full-time person yet. So I don't know yet. We'll see. But for a couple of weeks, it might be back and forth while like training is going on and stuff.
Well, next Saturday I wasn't able to play anyway,
Well,
so I'll
there
be
we go.
out of town, so that works out.
Okay. Do we... Let's see. So, I know Bill can't do Sundays, aka Bill's Mondays, for a while. If I do end up having to work a lot of Saturdays and like Sunday is my free day, would we rather end up taking like what was it, like a month and a half of a break, or should I run like a side thing? Like we were kind of talking about like running Heart or something a little bit shorter. That could, we can talk about it offline, I suppose, but I could run like
Putting it out there.
like a side story in this world that kind of illuminates something, give some kind of background somewhere else, in that span of time, if people wanted. So we'll put that thought out there, let you guys think about it, and then we can talk about it later sometime.
I know I talked about letting you have Sunday,
Yes.
but I don't know if I can ethically do that.
Ethically.
You can, well, no, that's a lie. Okay, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
What's unethical about it?
Well, if we're playing on Sunday, then for Varys's game, then when are we going to play mine?
Oh, fair.
And unless you guys are just fine with playing during the week, then I guess it's fine with me, but...
Yeah, that was only ever like a temporary situation.
Right.
I'm open to the hiatus.
Okay.
Personally.
Because
I have in like early June, I have quite a few things going on in the weekends, so I would have been disrupting us anyway.
Gotcha.
Like I am next weekend.
Okay. Is there anyone who could not play during the week? Like, Bill, I guess Bill, I'm least sure about your schedule, since it's so like early in the day for
As
you.
of right now, the only day I have free, it would be Tuesday, my Tuesday week, which is your Monday.
Okay.
I could probably do that.
I think I could do that too. Because I think I'm regularly going to be scheduled towards the later half of the week, like Thursday through Sunday. But when I actually know what my schedule is going to solidify into,
Yeah, so like I said last time, I would be fine if this game is just like every other Saturday, for example, or
yeah, I don't know if
or
I can
whatever two Saturdays you have free.
Right.
Like if they're like you work 2 Saturdays per pay period or whatever their solution is for your thing, I would be okay with.
Okay.
But obviously, if we don't know, then we don't know. So.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment that is the case. That I'm not sure. But soon, he said he likes to schedule like a month out, so I imagine we'll be having those conversations soon. After the new people are trained, including me. So yeah. For now we'll just we'll play, and I'll let you guys know when I have more information. Good to know that like Mondays could probably work. Yeah, I'll put up like a thing to see what days and times are free if we need. So. Well, if no one else has any babble or dilly-dally they would like to inject, would anyone like the opportunity to receive a hero point? By giving a recap. Tough crowd today.
Everyone always clams up when you ask.
Yeah. Maybe I should just start giving it and give myself a hero point. Or a bad guy point.
A villain point.
Yeah. Dark side point.
Dark side point.
I'm gonna start implementing crybaby points, so I understand.
That's what you were calling them. Okay. Nah, I can do the recap this time. It's been a little bit. So we opened last session with a bit of an exchange between Isha and Batzorig. Isha was kind of urging Batzorig to prepare his people, and Batzorig ended up kind of checking in with Turkon to see how much Turkon trusted Isha before kind of choosing to take Isha's advice. He ended up departing to do that. And Steris and Sig had their exchange. Steris learned that her other sister, Scry, had also accepted the offer from Uro that Sig had accepted. We had learned that Scry and Uro are in alignment. I quoted that they can see what's causing the hate and believe the world can change. So it seems like there's something to that, something more to that connection I'm still trying to kind of tease out. We talked with Rurith. He shared that he wants to focus on the armies to defeat Tamleoc. We had presented him with the puzzle box that Luca has been working on. Had Rurith take a look at it, compared it to the drawing of the Huntsman's medallion, found out that that is the crest of the Rudel family. There was a little incident where Steris got stuck in the Infinite Corridor when she had read Aura on Isha. Rurith pulled her out of there, thankfully. We reopened a door to the tower, and Scene kind of had a final exchange with eighth bite, and he ended up leaving to go back to Palmacourt, I believe. Steris did a little research back at the tower on the Great and Rotten Mother, and Isha had stayed over in Tamleoc and followed up with Apahu and Asilia, told them where the door to the tower got moved. Turris did a little mind shielding practice back at the tower after his second incident having his mind infiltrated by the Seraph. And then, lo and behold, he got his mind infiltrated again by an animate dream. And he ended up coming to Steris for some advice on that. And that's where we ended session.
All right. Any?
We table talked a little.
Yeah.
We had table talked a little about the energy bauble versus the lane line glasses, or the. I can't remember if that's what they're called, but the glasses Turris had. And then we had kind of decided when we were table talking that our next move was going to be to follow the lead on the castle that Tithe and Egwin were researching.
Yeah.
And that's my recap.
Any comments or additions to that?
My only comment is that naming your kid Scry is the same as naming your kid binoculars.
So true.
That's all I have.
All right, Tower.
Okay. All right. Way to bring race into this.
Well, so despite Turris's nightmare, the intrusion into his mind, the second one for the day, causing him to wake with a start and fetch Steris. Wake Steris up a little bit earlier than normal. You all do get a long rest. And you wake up well rested. Your spell slots and everything recovered. If no one has anything immediately they would like to do at the tower, I think I would like to start with Isha just to avoid a 20-minute conversation of like, all right, we're ready to go. Where's our sandy friend?
You mean the conversation we always have?
Correct.
Yeah.
Why would you want to avoid that?
This prevents
That is
Isha.
all they have to bond each other with, is their annoyance with me. It's on purpose.
Oh, fuck.
We can, at certain points, we can summarize certain discussions. Like, that definitely happens. They definitely talk about that for half an hour, the characters.
You don't want to hear the actual... I see. You don't want to actually hear them talk about it again. Railroad.
I said if no one wants to jump in and do anything at the tower, anyone is welcome to jump in and be like, no, there's an important conversation I want to have about where Isha is. It hasn't happened, and therefore, Isha, when you awaken, probably earlier than almost everyone else except the nightmare-racked Turris, what are your plans for the start of the day? What does the start of Isha's day look like on the Tamleoc rooftop?
She's just looking around.
Okay. Can you give me, by the way, just a perception check for
Sure, why not?
Goddamn. Okay.
Oh, hey.
You had
He's looking.
you had not noticed.
He's just never not focused.
This is more for through the night Like when you were originally going to bed, when you were originally kind of falling asleep on the rooftop, you had not seen for quite some time any sign of the angels, of the Ruchalics flying around doing the Seraph's bidding. Through the night, you saw no less than 7 zipping by, mostly silently, once you heard kind of the Doppler-affected squeaking of one flying by overhead. None of them... You don't get spotted by any of them, even if you don't, like, really try to hide your presence. They're not...
They're for other people.
Yes. Yes, they are not lingering. They are not dallying to kind of, like, sweep the streets. They are zipping by quickly.
Do they... Are they, like, stopping here, I guess? Or do I, like, see them kind of vanish over what I... like, the city horizon?
More so the second one. I guess with the 20. How close are you to the castle?
I'm not... I'm nowhere... I can probably see the top of the castle, but I probably can't, like, make out the... Because it's, like, a tiered city, right? And I'm down where the common folk are.
Okay. They're all kind of moving... It's almost like they're all moving parallel to each other. And for, like, the first couple, you don't really follow it. But you do notice that none of them are going, like, really towards or away from the castle. They're all kind of moving, like, laterally around the city, if that makes sense. Like they're kind of trying to keep their distance from the castle, maybe.
Yes, they're trying to, like, maintain a perimeter.
Yeah. Let's see.
Great.
If you would like to collect the hints that you have and figure out maybe where one went, you could make a survival check for me, just to kind of... You're not exactly tracking them, but you're kind of...
I am trying to, like, predict a pattern.
Yes.
Oh, hey. I'm actually trained in this, which is kind of sick.
It's first character ever in my campaign, maybe. We might have a few good survivalists here, but in previous campaigns, it was...
I'm not going to use my hero point immediately.
Okay. You can make kind of a mental note of where they've been, and if further information comes up, you might be able to figure out where they have arrived at or left from as you kind of move around the city in the future, in the next day or so. But this is not enough to pinpoint exactly where any of them are going or coming from.
Well, I mean, I know where they're coming from. Just don't know where they're going.
Right. Okay. So, that aside, as you are kind of waking up for the day, you say you're just kind of looking around the city?
Well, I know that someone is here looking for me. That someone seeks the light here, so I will cast my once a day augury.
Okay.
And my question will be, if I just leave Asilia alone, will she find the person who seeks me?
Interesting. Okay. Okay. And your question is basically if Asilia will find the person who seeks Isha.
Well, like if I have to accost her a little bit.
Oh.
She does. I know that she likes to be accosted and pressured, but because I guarantee you, with enough time, we will find it. I just need to know how much. If it's more appropriate for Isha just to leave Asilia alone.
Okay. Yes, you sense that Asilia is already on the path to finding the person who seeks the light. So you do not need to intervene.
Okay. Interesting. I don't like this Ruchalik at all.
That's valid.
I hate them. We hate them.
We do hate them.
I guess I'll wait and see until I can find Isha will wait for a Rude Knight to appear.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll me a 1d2. There aren't that many options for Rude Knights around here at the moment.
Oh. A 4 is a 2.
Okay. Then the first one that you see is Ogwyn walking by.
Our boy.
Yeah, it's either gonna be that or the captain of the guard.
Seeing that it's Egwin, she just sort of like slinks off of the roof. I don't know if these roofs are like straw hatched or not.
That's a good question. Down here, maybe.
Yeah, the roof sort of like slinks back up as she walks off.
Yeah.
And then she will inform Agwin.
He like jumps just a little bit. It's not like a full-on reaction, but a little bit of shocked surprise at the Sphinx catching him off guard. But he turns to you and kind of like bows his head a little bit. Isha.
You have several Ruchaliks circling the castle.
He kind of like thinks for a moment. He's like,
my assumption is that they have gone invisible, probably.
mm-hmm.
And she will cast this on him.
Okay.
Like under the cloak of night, they're hard to see because they're flying ink blobs. But like during the day, you know.
Right. No, that makes sense. Those are the messengers, right?
Yes, they are the ones who. They are also capable of stealing information from your mind.
Wonderful. Don't want those flying around.
I do not know what game they play, but surely with these pieces in place, they are a malicious bunch for sure.
I will spread the word, see what we can do about it.
I should really invest in a spell that will let me communicate to my party.
Nah. Why would you need that?
That goes directly against what you were just saying you like to do.
Well, if Isha can get a hold of the party on Isha's demand, then that's totally different.
Yeah. It's different.
Oh, if you can just project all of your commands into our minds, but we can't talk back. That's okay. I see what the ideal is.
Yes, correct.
You
Now
said
you get
communicate
it.
with my party, not my party communicate with me.
I just... When we get there, I'll let you flavor it, but I just had some hilarious pictures pop into my head that I'll discuss with you later. All right. So.
And Isha sort of like, as Agwin is walking away, she just says, "Don't get your brain touched."
Oh, I endeavor for that always.
It wouldn't be my first choice, but I understand.
And he kind of like gives you another little bow as he departs. A little head tip. So, do you continue to skulk around town a little bit?
Well, I wouldn't say she's skulking. I'm trying to figure out how to...
You wouldn't. The guards definitely will in their reports.
Oh, I mean, I would not define it as skulking.
Correct.
I think almost everyone else will, for sure. I don't disagree. I just don't want to... I do not trust the Ruchalics.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Agwin will tell Rurith, and then Rurith will somehow be able to get a hold of my party, and then my party will understand that what is stopping me from coming home is not that I'm being a rambunctious teenager, but that I am instead deeply paranoid.
Okay. All right. Yes. Party at the tower. You've all
Woo, party!
You've all woken up and started to gather together. What would you guys like to do as you all eventually find your way to the common room?
Steris will approach Scene, and she'll ask him, "You considered Eighth Bite to be like a brother, right?"
Scene would nod, look like he's about to say something thoughtful, and then say, "We're all brothers."
Sure. But you described him as, like, you grew up together. You're siblings. How are you coping with the fact that he left? I was surprised you didn't fight harder for him to stay.
It's not my place to control what anyone does.
Hmm.
That's why I Scene would like pause and shake his head. And like point his finger up to the sky, almost like he's cursing God. But he's like, that's why I can't stand what that one up there does.
Interesting. I guess I thought perhaps you could relate to how I'm feeling. I tried to convince Sig to stay. She said she couldn't. Now I'm kicking myself for not trying harder.
Does Scene know who Sig is?
Yes. Stairs has talked openly about who Sig is with
Okay,
everyone.
okay.
You have also seen Sig like twice.
Well,
Like,
one of the times
yeah.
you literally weren't there for it, though. So
Oh, okay. I mean, I know that Sig was a part of the like last fight and everything, but I was just like, does Scene actually know? But
Like only you can answer that question, truly.
I know.
Look into your heart of hearts.
Scene would take off his sunglasses and look at Steris and just say like, I mean, do you think she would have stayed if you pushed any harder? Do you think that really would have made a difference?
Part of me thinks I could have convinced her. I don't know how long it would have lasted. No. It's hell trying to hope. She was right there in flesh for the first time since I thought I lost her. And then I saw the way you were able to just let 8th walk away. Looked like it didn't bother you at all. I was trying to figure out what you did differently.
I mean, hey, some people would probably say I'm a fool for letting him walk away. I may never see him again, but deep down, right here, and Scene will point to like the lower left side of his eye. Right here, I know that I will. It's been countless times now that I've walked away from him, and he's walked right back into my life. And I think the same can happen for you and Sig.
I hope that's true. Thank you, Scene.
Scene would nod and put his sunglasses back on. And would just offer, would say, you know, just like Scene, or Jesus Christ, my brain, just like 8th is a brother to me. So are you. And so is everyone in this group. I will do anything I can to help any of you. You just let me know. And he'll wink.
Blink. You give your loyalty so freely. But it's appreciated.
What else would I do with it?
afford it? I don't know.
That's pointless. You guys let me into your group, and I'm thankful for that. And you've taken care of me, so I'm gonna do everything I can to do the same.
You know, I've been scared to tell you this because I worry you'll take it out of hand, but as a show of faith, did you know that music was a big part of my time at the temple with my sisters? We would sing together every day.
Scene's eye will light up and get big. Why didn't you say anything? Who's your favorite?
It's not an artist, it's just songs we would sing, mostly ones we'd make up. And I'm not saying that I'm ready to sing.
Scene will like interject, like make kind of vocal attempts to like cut you off. We should perform.
And this is why I was worried about telling you. I'm sharing this not to perform, but to just, I do appreciate music.
No, let me clarify. A performance doesn't have to be in front of anyone. At least, you know, I'm not a literary expert, but I don't think it has to be. What I'm saying is, whoever should perform, at least for yourself. Who knows? Maybe that'll bring you closer to Sig.
I hate to say you might have a point. I'll think about it. Perhaps if you don't already have a tune that can help get me through this, you could write one. Something about surviving this kind of hurt.
Scene would sit and think for a sec. Just thinking if he's written anything. Give me a bit and I'll work on something.
All right.
And he'll hold 2 finger guns up and just he'll do the action of like actually doing like the choo choo. He'll hold it up like steady for a sec and then just do it again and kind of just keep doing that.
Two of the snakes on Stairs' head kind of mimic the motion before she does it herself with her hands.
Adorable.
Finger gun back at you and then slink away.
Does Scene see anyone else around, and are they looking at us?
There are several people shuffling around the tower. Go ahead and give me a... Let's see.
Perception?
No.
Okay.
I've got it, actually. Oh, shit. I need... So you see Katoda is there. hanging out with Nahia. The Mud Wretch and the Living Boulder are also they're just all four in the common room where you guys are hanging out.
Scene would like he would be shocked upon seeing Steris engage in this like act of, you know, what he thinks she would label as juvenile tomfoolery. And so he's looking around like, is this real? Am I like losing my mind? And he would lock eyes with Katota and like point at Katota, point at Steris, and be like, are you seeing this?
Yeah, I mean, is Steris like still in the room? I imagine so.
I imagine that she is disengaging from the conversation. She's kind of trying to perhaps get some distance between her.
Hide her shame.
Hide my shame.
Scene would do as you're walking away. Scene would do finger guns again at you, also trying to get Katota to do it.
Katota almost seemingly nervously joins in with the finger guns.
For fear of getting a curse.
Correct.
Fear of getting cursed.
There's like a quick 2-round volley, and then Katota turns back to their conversation with Naya.
And if Scene was trying to goad Steris into doing it again, she'll just kind of give him a flat look over her shoulder as she's walking away.
Scene was doing it more as like a synonymous to a wave goodbye.
I see.
Yeah. Also, just for style context, anytime Scene uses Force Barrage, it's him doing finger guns, and that's how he shoots bolts.
Incredible.
And as Steris is walking, just really quick, as Steris is walking away, Scene would pull out his like song journal that he pulled out earlier, and just like jot down a note of what Steris had asked him to like consider writing a song for.
Okay.
Ooh, my request made it into the journal. No, Steris will just get it. She'll kind of go straight across the common room as far away as she could get. She'll kind of plop herself down on a seat and take out a book and kind of read as we wait for the rest of the party to gather.
Gotcha. Okay. You do all eventually end up in the common room, except for Isha, who, as far as anyone has been able to tell, did not return to the tower.
I could be dead.
We know you're not dead. We would feel that.
You can feel you can smell my musty bones.
No, we can see the light that's still super bright at the top of the tower.
You
I
don't
assume
know
if
that.
you died, it'd go out.
Oh, that's a good assumption.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we can also smell your musty bones.
My musty bones.
Yep.
I hate it here.
The musty bones aren't in your tower. That's nice.
Oh yeah, that is. You get a point there.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know our next move is to follow the trail that Tyth and Egwin were following for the castle. It seems we need to gather our frequently missing party member. Anyone have any idea where she is?
Well, not here. So certainly she must be in town, yes?
Logically, yes. Hopefully she'll be easy to find. Any objections to us going to retrieve her?
Not for me. I suppose we're going to have to get moving sometime soon, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling this morning, Taurus? Better than at sunrise?
I suppose so. The lack of sleep, but I'm glad to know that I'm not simply mad.
Oh, you're not mad. At least not yet.
Not yet, but I'm still wary as to what to do.
Well, simply not sleeping would be the most straightforward option, but not the most consistent or practical.
Yeah, it's not practical in the slightest. I need to do research on this beast.
Well, do you want to stay here and do it? I can fetch Isha.
Yes, very well. And just like nod and head to the library.
All right. Okay. The rest of the group is going to find Isha? Or who's coming along for that?
Bill said he can't talk for a few minutes,
Okay.
so I don't know if he wants to come with or not.
I will assume... I will assume that he's coming.
Okay.
So that leaves Scene. Are you staying in the tower or are you coming with?
Scene's going with.
Okay. All right. So you guys all head back to the gatehouse, step through the door, and find yourself behind Ruith's throne in the throne room. He is mid-chat with the captain of the guard, whose name I have. His name has slipped my mind for the moment.
Drobe.
Drobe, yes.
Oh, feels like we should have knocked first.
No, it's perfect. You are entering in the middle of a very important conversation.
I'll get
You
my
were
hand
exactly where you need to be.
I'll get my hand ready for the lore dump.
That is
Oh.
fine. I prefer. It is good that you are here. Your companion Isha has let us know that some of the messengers of the Seraph are flitting around the city.
Oh,
They have
that's never a good sign.
I have my guards and knights on it, but they do not have... Finding an invisible foe is difficult.
And What's Isha's role in this task?
He crooks an eyebrow. He's like, I was rather hoping you would be able to tell me. I have not. She herself has not arrived.
I see. Well, she's the one who is... It's no surprise that she's the one to report these to you, as she's the one who can usually catch them before any of our party. I had assumed because of that ability, she would have dedicated herself to taking them out. Perhaps she's busy with some other task we're not aware of.
He kind of like looks back at Drobe and says, "Now, to my understanding, they have some fighting capabilities themselves. They are not mere messengers."
Dang, I don't even have access to see the unseen.
Oh.
You can scene of action.
If nothing else, I'm sure there's a relevant song.
I'm sure there is. Did Isha report as to how many Ruchalik there were?
I believe the word was several.
How incredibly specific. Okay. Well, it's certainly a priority to get the Ruchalik dispatched. Can you point me in the direction Isha was last seen?
She was in the lower district when Ogwyn spotted her. Or she spotted Ogwyn. I believe relatively close to where you were staying. And then he kind of like looks back at Drobe again. And then he's like, that is also relatively close to where we were keeping the Queen's Guard, is it not? Is she secure? And Drobe kind of looks hesitant for a moment, but then nods. It's like, yes, she is secure. We took a couple off of her detail to keep an eye on these Ruchaliks. And Birth kind of thinks on that for a moment. It's like, while we have the help, put the detail back on the Queen's Guard. And Drobe nods.
It's got a boo.
What?
Queen's Guard.
Queen's Guard from Tamleoc that you guys heard about in a previous session.
The one that like delivered the message that like they're going to war.
Yes.
Right?
Delivered the yes, correct.
The missive or whatever. All right.
Oh.
Well. I won't ask any further questions. I don't know if Isha's interested in this Queen's Guard, but I'm trying to remember.
I did tell people that it is fucking weird that the Queen's Guard was here.
Yes. Okay.
Isha has not herself tried to follow up on where the Queen's Guard is located, but since I'm still waiting,
You think I might just do that?
I might just do that.
Something's been added to my to-do list. I might go check it off right now. Yeah, I imagine our party would be departing the castle and making their way to the lower district to try to catch up with Isha.
All right.
And perhaps Isha will do this other thing in the meantime.
Sounds good. Okay. So you guys start making your way out of the castle and down the main thoroughfare toward the wall of.
I will be keeping my kind of senses open for the Ruchalik.
Okay.
If I hear that distinctive sound or, happen to see something out of the corner of my eye.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your perception check for me while we jump in and see what Isha is doing in the meantime.
Sounds good. Oh, I forgot to turn on my sneak search. It's okay, they probably wouldn't help.
Rolling a separate perception check. Give it a shot.
I'll try.
Okay.
It's a -5 because they always get distracted by their own thing, but
Yeah.
I could roll high.
Oh, it like automatically applied the. Did you apply the snake search or was that automatic?
I applied it.
Okay.
There's I can toggle when
I
I'm
see.
rolling the perception check.
Neat. Okay. It's nice that that's there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Isha, sorry. It's been maybe an hour, maybe a little bit more since you sent Ogwyn away with that information. And you've maybe, as you're looking around, you've seen him kind of back in the district again, keeping an eye out.
I guess I'll go. I know Apahu is in the inn, so I'll go locate Apahu.
Okay. Yeah. And he is in kind of the common room. It's pretty quiet in there at the moment. He's like sipping some kind of steaming beverage. Again, looking just like an elf, but with Apahu's face.
Have you heard any rumors about the Queen's Guard from Tamil?
I have heard a little bit about this, yes.
What have you heard?
Haven't been here long enough to decide what is rumor and what is true.
Well, rumors can be true.
True enough. There is a manor not far from here that belongs to the head of the guard. They have cordoned off a wing of that for the guests, it seems. I have heard, as for the message that was delivered, such wild things as it being an offer of marriage from the Queen of Tamil, or a declaration of war. And he kind of crooks his eyebrow.
I can assure you that one of those is true.
I have rather a strong suspicion which one.
If that is the case, then why is she being held up in a cozy prison?
There's a saying, I believe, don't kill the messenger?
But you should throw that one in prison if it's a bad one.
You know how these politics work.
I find it all very boring.
I find it boring, but I find it presents opportunities.
Opportunities for Ruchalik to infiltrate a manor and perhaps to create a diversion?
He kind of like tilts his head and kind of like slides a finger along the top of his cup. He's like, rather had not considered that option. But you might be right.
If you can show me the way, I can see if there are Ruchalik there.
He gives a nod. And he will kind of like take a glance toward the bar, and when he stands up to follow you, he like holds the cup in such a way that he tries to bring his drink with. He's smuggling his drink up, stealing the mug.
Good for him. Good for him. I don't care. He can have that
Fine.
mug. Yeah, I guess as we're like kind of walking away, Isha will look for Agwin again. And in a dark, when they kind of like leave view of the primary road, she'll cast Summon Lesser Servitor. She summons like a tiny little like black bat. And she writes down a note and has the bat fly over to Agwin.
Okay. When he spots the bat, he kind of like reaches for his dagger. And when this thing just like flies at him.
Oh, it is like a missile.
Yeah.
Understandable.
So he like grabs the dagger and like punches down a little bit, goes like towards a defensive posture, but then like sees the note and like stands up a little straighter, keeps his hand on the dagger. And he will retrieve the note.
Yeah, and it basically just says that if you see any of my friends, that we are going to check on the Queen's Guard.
Okay. So he takes the note, he like reads half of it, and then he like waves the bat away, still kind of reading the note, and he just like starts walking again. And
I love playing this game.
he gives a little like stretch of his neck, and in that stretch he gives a nod. He doesn't know exactly how subtle and he should be being here, but
I love that he plays along. That wasn't just Isha tormenting him, that was covert.
Two things can be true.
Yes.
And it's all the better if it's covert and tormenting.
So true. So true.
And as me and Apahu and I are walking, how have you found the city?
Easy enough to blend in so far. It's quite nice here.
It is nice here, isn't it?
Quite pleasant. A little bit more moist than I have been used to for some time. The morning fog.
Do you consider that these people could be worthwhile allies? Not just Ruith, of course. His people need to be allies too.
I think many of them here in this city are quite complacent. I do not think they have much of a sense of urgency yet. As for the people outside of this city, this is the very heart of Lanova. I'm unsure how others in his nation might feel. It is quite large these days. But I can tell that these folks are far from troubles. Or at least they think they are.
It is sad when trouble is invisible and can fly.
Your conversation with the king went well?
He agrees that we should be allies, and that he should not ally with the Seraph, and that is good enough for me.
Yes. 'Tis the talk of the town that strange visitors were invited to stay at the castle last night.
Yes, they were the servitors of the Seraph. We had... Or maybe you're talking about us.
The others, guards saw bodies being removed. But your group, no. They went into the castle, they helped save the day, the story goes, and were put up for the night.
Interesting. You know, for something so secure, this city certainly has so many leaks.
People report what they see, and then what they see turns into a story. But I can divert these leaks somewhat if you desire. Wouldn't take much effort.
No, it is fine.
Fair enough. And then you round a corner and there is like a
There's a wow, 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 wow.
There's a wow, wow, wow.
Good for you, Josu. Get him.
Get him.
goodness. Okay. So there is, it's not like walled off at all, but there is just like a large house, a large manor, kind of like taking up like the better part of a block. Seems like the street is kind of like built up to go around this house a little bit. It's only 2 stories, but it is like quite large. There are 2 guards posted on the outside. There's like stairs, kind of a double set of stairs going up to the front door, and then kind of another one at a stable on the side of the house. But you are not concerned about the guards. You are looking around for Ruchalix. So go ahead and give.
I am looking around for Ruchalix.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another perception check.
I'll burn another one of these.
Sure.
What's one more?
Okay.
I feel very comfortable getting rid of like casting second level spells
Mm-hmm.
during exploration.
You do not see anything. You do not spot any Ruchalik at present.
Maybe they don't know that she is here.
That is possible. These Ruchalik, from what I understand, they can get quite a bit of information from a person, but maybe not as much as simply sitting and listening in the bar.
They also need to take the information from the person's mind, I think. I'm not sure if they're able to actually just sit and listen.
Quite correct.
We should capture one, maybe? When it is convenient, I suppose. I need to write that down. My brain just activated.
He's
Write that down. Write that down.
crooks an eyebrow and he's like, "That is a task I will leave to you," and takes another sip.
Oh, I wasn't leaving that task for you. That was for me. Though I don't know if much of a Richotic will remain when I am done with it.
Yeah, they look rather squishy. The rest of the party, you are at the same time. You are coming out of the castle district. It's taking a little bit of travel time. But as you are like coming outside of the wall, you see kind of an older bearded gentleman in robes, kind of like standing there looking around. Not someone that you recognize, but when you kind of start approaching the gate, he spots the group and kind of like looks over all of you and kind of puts on a warm smile and takes a walk over to you. His hands are kind of like folded behind his back. And once he approaches, he gives you all like a low nod and then says, I believe that you are just the entourage that I'm looking for.
What makes you think that?
I was told by a mutual friend to keep an eye out for a very unusual looking group of adventurers.
Oh. And do you have a message for us?
Less of a message and more of an instruction. I am to show you to a meeting point.
Okay.
So if you don't mind following me, I can show you the way.
Can I roll perception to see if we should trust him?
Yeah.
Hidden?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So you get kind of a little bit of a shifty feeling from this guy. And there's a little bit of a shimmer around him. You can't quite see through it, but he has there's something not quite right. You spot that his ears are like a much grayer color than the rest of his skin, and there's like a spot where the hairline kind of just like blends directly into this man's skin. He is under the effect of some kind of polymorph spell.
Okay.
Ooh.
Scene would be after Scene's conversation with Steris, he feels like they are much closer friends now because she did finger guns at him.
Yeah.
And so like Scene would kind of like tap Steris on the shoulder and be like, I think this guy is not exactly what he looks like. And Scene would kind of with his fingers do like a like shimmer, like just moving his fingers around very fast to signal shimmer.
Okay. The flourishes to the way you speak now are a choice, but I can understand. This is odd. Do you mind just disclosing the meeting point? We're pretty adept at finding our own way. I'd hate to tote you all over the city.
He kind of like raises his head a little, and kind of like looks over his shoulder. Thinks for a moment. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Or a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy. Uh-oh.
She's so good at this.
In secret, if you don't mind.
Mean. I should have been mean. Shit. I keep forgetting who I am.
He looks flummoxed by the request. But then lets out a little sigh and nods. He's like, very well. There's a bit of a tea house. It's called, it is Evanon's Rose. It is the alley behind that tea house. It is, at the next set of walls for the lower district.
Okay. I would like to, as he's distracted, giving me the directions. I'd like to cast Read Aura on him, and I'll use my Conceal spell. My new favorite thing.
Okay. Yes, there is a magical effect about him. It will take you a moment to kind of like consider the magic and identify it. Like you can't necessarily do that whole process.
Yeah, not immediately.
I
just wanted to get the bonus.
Yeah.
So, I'll thank him for giving us the directions, and we'll depart. And as we're departing, I'll think about that magical effect.
Yeah. Okay. You can't. So you know he's under the effect of a polymorph spell. Let me see. That's actually. Okay. You can see that his true form is not that different than his current form. His ears are a little bit longer. But there's kind of a, when you read Aura, there was a bit of a glamour over his holy symbol as well. His holy symbol looked like that of the Shade of Death, but the outline that you saw when you read Aura was actually that of like 3 outstretched wings with kind of an eye in the center. And he also has not headwear or anything like that, just literally has antlers growing out of his head under his disguise.
Oh.
You do not know what type of creature that is yourself. But yes, he walks away when he knows that you lot aren't going to be following him. Don't really trust him. He departs.
Okay. Once we're like out of earshot, Steris will share what's seen. She'll thank him for pointing out his distrust and give him share with Turkon too, obviously, the description she saw. This person being antlered and that holy symbol. I will try to religion check. I'm not immediately remembering if that's one I've already seen before.
It seems like kind of a more developed version of some of the symbolism around the serif.
Okay. Definitely doesn't seem like that person was going to lead us to Isha. But perhaps we can keep that location in mind for once we're all together again.
And a reminder that it is currently only you, Cian, and Turkon.
Turkon.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I know, we love to split up. Turs is having the nicest time in his tower. And then we'll continue making our way towards the lower district to where we believe Isha actually is.
Okay.
Is this tea house he talked about also in the lower district?
It sounds like it's just on the border.
On the border. Okay.
Yes. There's like 2 tiers of walled districts that kind of spread out in different directions. It sounds like this is right at the wall.
Why are you rolling, Ferris? Why are you rolling?
So, do you guys continue towards the lower district?
Yeah, that would be
Yes.
what Steris wants.
Okay. For you guys notice, just literally, let's see. We'll say, Turkon, you notice first that that old man, he like walked away. He has looped around and is badly following you from behind, like trying to. He like tries to hide behind a barrel when you go to like turn around and look at him, and like knocks something over and like goes to catch it.
I think we should walk around the corner and wait for him to follow us around the corner.
Turkon like
And then
pushes us down an alley.
I'm gonna pick him up by the scruff of his neck whenever he comes around the corner.
Yeah, he comes wheeling around the corner. You hear very quick footsteps, the clapping of like sandals on stone, just not very quiet, coming up to the corner. As he like hurries to catch sight of you again, and he comes around the corner and like eyes go wide, and then you grab him by the kind of the collar of his robes, and you just fancy seeing all of you again.
Fancy that.
I was simply trying to make sure you were headed towards the meeting point. I do have a task after all.
Scene would light his eye on fire or just make it like kick up. And he's gonna try to intimidate this guy into telling us like what's going on.
Well, at the same time, I'm also going to be staring at him and using my intimidate
Oh
feature.
my God, 3 of us.
All right.
I'm hissing, and Turkon's holding him by the scruff. Scene's eyes on fire. This guy's terrified.
Okay. Yeah. Who would who?
Do you want blind?
I just wish Turris was there to
No,
look nice.
Go ahead. You can tell
Only-
if you successfully make this request.
Okay.
Hers is too nice for this. You can't be here. You'd
Oh.
mess it up.
He looks
Oh,
so
no.
friendly in comparison.
So friendly. Dang.
He kind of gulps, and he just like drops the form, and this is what you see. other than the holy symbol. That's not the correct holy symbol. But he drops the form and he's like,
Seraph knows you are here. He will not tolerate further interruptions to his plans. Will not tolerate your presence in this city further. We were to kill or
Like
capture
seems
any of
right.
you that we could. Seeing as you are all split up, you're missing your strange friends. But clearly you are not so easily fooled. You are truly out of our league. I will let you be on your way.
he gives a very nervous smile.
Not so sure we should let you be on your way, though. She'll kind of look up at Turkon and look at Scene, and
He looks.
I don't think we should let him go.
He looks back and forth. Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna curse this guy.
I have to select a token, of course I do.
You can just apply the status to the character sheet.
Yeah.
It might not. Yeah.
He regular succeeds. He seems to
lame.
like you look at him with your curse of the evil eye, and he looks kind of meets your gaze, and for a moment his eyes kind of like darken as the curse starts to take effect, and he shakes it off. And he kind of snarls in your direction. He's like,
My mind is not so easily tampered with.
kind of looks back at stairs. He's like, that kind of like starts to take on the polymorph form that he had before. And he's like,
A very respected citizen of this town. You've done much good for the people here. You cannot simply discard me. You cannot get rid of me without raising questions.
How much would it hurt to lose a antler?
I was rolling a society check to see the validity of his excuse.
Yeah. Might raise questions, but you feel like you could answer them easily enough with the trust you have gained with the king.
Awesome. Okay.
He looks a bit more nervous, already well and intimidated by the group. Looks nervously at Turkon. He's like,
You wouldn't.
I'm gonna flick one of the antlers with one of my meaty hands.
he winces a little bit. Are you trying to convince him of anything in particular?
Not at the moment, no. Just
Okay. We'll go ahead.
unsettling him.
Go ahead and let him be. Let him be a little bit frightened.
So, what are we doing with him?
So I've seen his holy symbol, and what's it made of?
Silver.
Like
Both
gold.
forms are made of silver.
Great. I'll cast heat metal on his holy symbol.
Oh. Okay. And he's currently being
being held. So I believe this is 2 worse than it even is right now. Okay. He does fail that, so he'll take the full damage of it. Okay. And be burned a little bit. Oops. Okay. Has that persistent fire on him. So he lets out a yelp and he goes to try to like pull the holy symbol off of his neck. If Turkon does not stop him from doing so, as his robe kind of like starts to catch smoke and catch on fire underneath it. As it starts to kind of like burn straight through.
And as she casts this, she'll tell him, no doubt the Seraph has already poisoned your mind. And if he somehow is able to see through you, let him know we will not be intimidated. The city isn't his yet.
He scrambles to like yank it off and throw it aside. And it starts to kind of like sizzle on the cobblestone. And he says,
He cannot see. He cannot see through me. He does not keep such close tabs. If you want me to relay this message, you'll have to let me go.
Cena's just gonna lob a bunch of rocks at him.
are you trying to hurt him, or are you
Like-
just
like-
trying to...
I wish there was an in between.
And in between.
In between what? Trying to hurt him and just trying to annoy him?
Yeah.
What would the in between of that be?
If you want to use the spell to intimidate him more, I will definitely let you roll intimidation with like a higher roll if you're just like burning the spell.
I need to hear what Konnor thinks in between that is. I just want to know what he thinks that
I
looks
gotta
like.
know.
I
Gotta
guess
know.
that's my interpretation of what the in-between is.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, intimidation is probably like a good example of it.
Okay. Are you just are you trying to scare him more? Are you trying to aid in following checks? And whatever the next check is. Which, frankly, being frightened helps with that as well.
Just
Okay,
trying to kill him.
before I do this, before I lob rocks at him, can I, is there something I can roll or some way I can figure out, like, was this guy a normal, member of the town or society?
Go.
And was like poisoned by the Seraph, or is it he was like a plant?
Go ahead and roll. The best option is society to identify what this guy is, but
Okay.
feel free to roll whatever your best recall knowledge skill is.
I think that's probably gonna be my best bet.
Okay.
Oh, I should. Should that have been hidden?
It's fine here. This is a creature known as a skelm. They often infiltrate society to like get power for themselves. Just kind of unrelated to the Seraph. These are creatures drawn to society to kind of manipulate them, usually for personal gain. The unusual thing is
Right,
probably
so
that
capitalists. Cool.
Right. He definitely runs a for-profit church. But in this
Yeah.
case, for-profit is, doing things like this.
So it's not like. So you were going to say something else before I interrupted. I'll let you finish.
Truly the unusual thing is that this guy is working for someone else.
Okay.
Usually skelms, shrine skelms, which is what this guy is. Usually they run like cults in, not even really cults, but they co-opt existing religions for their benefit. So usually they work very selfishly, and again, the strange thing is that he's reporting to anyone at all and bothering to work with anyone at all.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, he'll go through with trying to
I guess sorry.
lob rocks.
They come from evil isn't a tag in Pathfinder anymore. They come from ill-willed people, ill-willed humanoids, sentient humanoids. One Skelm can turn another rageful humanoid into a Skelm.
Oh, okay.
So I shouldn't get angry.
Well, I don't know if you are. I don't know if your soul is quite dark enough to be transformed into a Skelm at present.
Okay, yeah. Scene will go ahead with launching rocks, intending to hurt this guy.
Ah, okay. All right.
You're like, you're bad.
It's just like if this was a guy who was like being taken advantage of, Scene would have an issue and would try and help him. But since it's just someone who is being taken advantage of, but
Is also
would
bad.
be taking advantage of people if he wasn't being, then Scene doesn't really care.
Okay. Okay. He does.
Make a spell attack. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. He'll almost definitely get hit by this.
Ruh-roh.
In fact, that's a crit.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I love that you guys are just having like a brawl in the back,
We're
like in a.
brawling. You put the three of us in a party, we're fighting everybody. We don't have either of our moral compasses with us.
That's not doubled, so it's 36.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. He lets out a yelp and is going to try to escape. It's like, please let me go, please. Please let me go.
Man, cantrips are good.
Yeah, they sure can be.
Well, telekinetic
yeah.
projectile is
Oh
one
my
of the
God.
better ones for sure.
He fails real hard to like get out of Turkon's grasp. He's now like bleeding. Like some of these projectile, like he just has stonework like lodged, sticking out of his face and like lodged into his robes, like blood coming out now.
Steris will pick up the holy symbol after ending the concentration on the heat metal. She'll pocket it.
Yeah, he sees that and he's like, keep it, you can have it. Clearly the Sarah's protection is not all that I thought it was.
I'm gonna pat him down with my other hand, see if he has anything else on him.
Let me see. Go ahead and roll 66. He has 22 gold in a pouch. He has a reasonably hefty purse of gold at his side.
He'll grunt and pocket it. Just
Thank
rip
you
it
for
off
your-
of his belt.
His donation to our cause.
Certainly. That is a reasonable fee for the trouble I have caused you.
I don't actually know if that's true.
What a thought I have!
Where'd you get it? And Scene will like get closer to him.
Opens his mouth and close it as he considers trying to come up with a prettier lie or telling you the ugly truth, and then he's like,
The congregation occasionally makes donations to the Church of the Shade of Death. Some of which I spend appropriately to keep up appearances. You are welcome to keep it for yourself or return it to the church.
Scene would take a look at Turgon and just be like, do you want to get it hidden now?
Yeah, Sarah's will say, I've heard enough.
It's like-
he already looks
Yeah.
punch drunk and not in good shape.
Like, can I punch him to unconsciousness?
Reminder: never let the three of you be alone.
I mean, this is a very...
So-
Go ahead. What were you saying?
We're in
I
a
just
dark
wanna hit-
alley. Let us have
hit
our
him in the
fun.
side of his head.
Yeah, all right.
To knock him out.
Are you trying to be non-lethal about it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Just an unarmed attack.
Yeah. Frankly,
A general.
frankly, we can auto crit in this situation. There's like almost no way. So you like, yeah, you go ahead and clock him, and he just like just like falls unconscious.
So this is a normal like medieval alleyway, right? So it has like barrels just stacked on the sides.
More or less, yeah. Yeah, there's
I'm
some,
just gonna open up a lid and just stuff like put him into the barrel and just like put the barrel lid on top of him. So he's not actually in the barrel, you know, the lid's just sitting like on his antlers.
yeah. Okay.
Scene would look to the other two and be like, should we bring this guy to Rurith?
Frankly, I think Turkon pulling the punch was the wrong move. We leave him alive, he continues to steal. How is he contributing positively to anyone? He's serving the Seraph.
I don't think he's a positive contribution by any means, but maybe Rurith could use him to scare the rest of the Seraph's minions that are here.
That, or we're bringing one of the Seraph's minions into the heart of the castle.
As you are having this discussion, you see why not all three? All three of you see Ogwyn just walking by the alley, heading up towards the castle district, away from the lower district.
Scene would shout at him and start running over to him and be like, "Hey man, perfect timing."
Does a double take, and he's like, "Oh, just the fellow I was looking for. One of them."
Scene would light up at the start of the sentence and then go back to being a little like, oh.
My
As he finishes it,
favorite one, frankly.
back to being a twinkle in his eye.
Wow, Ogwen's picking favorites. And it's not me. I drank with you. Fucking dick.
You can roll perception if you like. You'd like to see how truthful he is being with. He is definitely trying to perk up Cian.
Wow, thank you for soothing.
You were not entirely convinced.
Soothing that jealousy. Oh. Man, do we?
I'm
have
not even gonna
something for
roll.
him?
Scene is just gonna believe it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, he's
Um,
playing to Cian's ego a little bit.
Compliment. compliments will get you very far with Sin.
Oh yes.
True. Cian would like walk up to Ogwyn, wrap his arm around Ogwyn, and like bring him to the barrel, and like double tap on the like loosely balanced lid of the barrel, and it would just like
Broken
fall
off the other
further
lid.
in and like on top of this guy. We're
Yeah.
doing
Scene.
we're doing good work here for you guys.
Yeah. You like put your arm tentacle around Ogwyn and start leading him, and he like pulls out a note, and he's like, Isha had told me to come and find if I had found where are we going? And you like bring him over to the barrel and you knock on it, and he's at first he's like, oh, hi, hello, Steris, Turkan, who is this? What is this? He said, like looking in the barrel, looking past the antlers.
This
Abstract
creature. This is Turkon's art. This creature's called a Skeln, but he's a minion of the Seraph. He was trying to mislead us.
I see. He kind of like
We
grabs one of the antlers and like pulls him an inch out of the barrel.
I wanted to kill him, but Scene thought we could give him to Rurith.
You know, as
You're here to deliver
to
it.
to make an example, because apparently this guy's been masquerading as and Scene would do like finger quotes, member of the community.
He kind of squints. He's like, is this Father Goyot?
Oh. He was polymorphed when we first encountered him. Looked like a kindly old man.
I guess Scene wouldn't have noticed the holy symbols specifically, but he would like point to Steris and be like, Steris noticed a holy symbol. I think it was for
It was a symbol of the Seraph. She'll pull it out of her bag and flash it at Ogwyn.
and I think he said he was masquerading as a preacher or something at a church for the Shade of Death.
Who's Father Goyot? He kind of like looks over him. He's like, it looks so much like him. I've known the man since I was... He shakes his head and he like pulls the guy out of the barrel and like starts tying up, holds him up with a little bit of effort and like ties his hands together. Well, we'll take him to be arrested, I suppose.
Your timing really could have not been better.
He kind of gives a nod. He's like, well, like I started to tell Scene, Isha is looking for you all, I believe she is looking for more Ruchalics in the lower districts. Did you specify where you were going? Was your note like, hey, we're going to scout out the safe house?
Yeah, that was
Isha mentioned, they were going to the Queen's Guard.
Okay. Yeah. Then he continues to say, they want to investigate Drobe's manor, make sure that, catch up with the Queen's Guard, seems like. Make sure that nothing strange was happening over there.
Okay. Well, we'll make our way there. And hopefully nothing strange will be going on. But with our luck, that's probably not the case.
Well, I wish you luck. I will follow up
Sorry about beating him to a pulp when you knew him since you were little.
That's...
He kind of deserved it.
Can't say I've never wanted to punch the man.
Good.
Lifts him with some heft. He's like, oh, get him where he needs to go. My, he's heavy.
You could roll him in the barrel.
Tempting.
It might be a bit less conspicuous if you do.
Not much of an
And-
example if he's not walked through town bloody.
Conspicuous is fine in this case. Until again, heft Father Guyot and head off with him. If you have no more instructions or requests for Ogwyn.
Poor guy.
He's been in
Every time he encounters us, it's something.
he's been in gopher mode for a little while for sure.
Well, that was exhilarating. But let's continue and try to catch up with Isha.
Right.
This is fun. It's like a Monster of the Week episode of the show, where like two of the members are just separate or like not there.
We're the featured party this week.
Yeah.
Well, I tend to take over a lot of the problem solving when I'm around.
Not needed,
So-
obviously.
It is.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
I enjoy when I am not there and I can see you guys like problem solve on your own. I think it's very fun. It's like a very fun part of the game for me.
Mm-hmm.
Also, judging by Father Guyot's 3-hit KO.
Hey, don't take this from us.
He's not of
No,
us.
just stop. No, stop there. No.
They were looking for an opening where not all of you were together, and you have avoided that situation. You head.
Oh, before Ogwyn walks away, Scene would mention the place that the guy was trying to point us to.
Oh yeah, the tea house.
Not working alone, were you? Well, maybe I'll hand him off to some guards sooner rather than later, and we'll go investigate. See if we can't catch a couple more rats.
Scene will give 2 finger guns and say if they need help, let us know.
Will do. Try not to get in over our heads. See you all soon, I'm sure.
Most certainly.
He will never be safe from us.
Never.
It's got more missions than your entire tower combined.
Literally, we keep this man busy.
One. So I guess is there? Never mind. Hold on. I guess I'll let them conclude their scene on their own.
Our scene is concluded with us continuing
Yes,
towards
they
the lower district.
correct. They pass through the gate to the lower district and head towards the towards Drobe's Manor, as described by Ogwyn. So shortly after that, Isha, you will see them heading up the road, approaching you guys. If there's anything you...
Me and Apahu are having a serious conversation.
I see.
All right.
There's certainly time for that in between, before the party arrives.
Yeah, as we're like sort of like watching for these Ruchalik or anything weird going on within the manor as well, Isha is sort of like, you do believe in us, right?
And turns and crooks an eyebrow. It's like, yes, you all seem quite skilled. Believe in the mission. And he is looking at you very appraisingly after that question.
I don't mean to mark you under suspicion. You are perhaps the person I trust most.
Kind of smiles. Like,
Your motives are clear and, well, I appreciate someone who has such clear motivations.
I did not know that. I put forth such a trustworthy aura. Certainly not intentional.
That is because what is trustworthy to humans is different from what is trustworthy to a sphinx.
I suppose so.
A creature like me is one that appreciates knowledge and appreciates guile.
he takes some.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
if you insist that you believe and that there's nothing that you are withholding from us, then I believe that is good enough for me.
He takes another sip and kind of looks like he's mulling something over for a moment. And he's like, I am with you, and I believe in your cause. I would not claim that I am withholding nothing. But effort is not one of the things I am withholding. Effort and belief. I do have a friend.
Oh god, hold on. I was still writing down my notes for the
I have so many notes to catch up on. This has been.
Okay, sorry. I am here.
I do have a friend who has interest in how things are going. I'm one of many eyes they have on, well, originally Calmacourt and now the Seraph. I'm occasionally plucking the web to let him know how things are going. But I can promise that he means to defeat this enemy just as much as you do.
Yeah, Isha is sort of gazing forward. Oh, whoop. I accidentally grabbed the token.
Isha leaves.
It is right to serve two masters sometimes. Not that we are your masters, of course. It is a matter of speaking.
Not.
Perhaps the most... this talk of an obvious motivation. My life as a criminal was a bit of a cover. And that I feel bad. Feel like I should not withhold at this point.
It matters not where your skills came from to me. Although I revel in the illumination of truth.
And my benefactor revels in the shadows. And since I worship the shadow and not the man, I'm afraid I can't tell you too much more.
That is fine. Shadow and light are in fact not opposites. One cannot exist without the other.
Kind of smiles wide at that.
True enough. True enough.
In the brighter light, the darker the shadow. Just know that you can call on me, as well as your benefactor.
Yeah. There's a bit of a grin at the like previous line that like kind of gets smoothed out after a moment, and then he kind of tilts his head to the side as he considers that. Like, I might still be a little too afraid in the broad daylight, but maybe soon. Thank you for being frank with me.
I have stewed on it for some moments. And I figured that now was as good a time as ever to confront what might have been the greatest deception of my life.
My marks.
It is rare to deceive one like me who is as standoffish as I am. And then I guess this is when the rest of the party is arriving.
Yes. Yes, you see out of the corner of your eye the very noticeable group kind of approaching. Lacking tourists, notably.
Where's Einkrad?
He stayed back at the tower to do research on the animate nightmare. I was gonna say death. Jesus. That's what could have happened.
He was targeted by an animated dream?
He was. He woke me up
Resting.
just before sunrise.
It is dangerous for him to be targeted by such a thing. I was not aware that he could even be targeted by such a thing.
It surprised me as well. I didn't think he dreamed. But this one didn't seem to be acting on its own. It was trying to steer his dreams in a certain direction.
Yes, that makes sense, I suppose. Any way you could tell me which direction?
Towards finding the tower.
That makes sense. The Seraph travels in a similar tower to Einkrad's. The folding is uncanny.
Well, in the meantime, he's practicing mind shielding, but we haven't come up with a way to ward off the animate dreams. Rurik told us that you spotted Ruchalik.
Yes, in the night I heard them.
We haven't seen any on our way.
They can be quite I forgot the word I was gonna say. Isha just says like they can be hard to see.
Yes. We did have a run-in with the minion of the Seraph on our way. They were trying to mislead us.
Oh. Mislead you?
It seemed, to me at least, that they were trying to intercept us before Ogwyn had a chance to give us your note. Said something about a meeting point. Wanted us to follow him. We ended up getting the information out of him and gave his half-beaten self to Ogwyn as a treat.
A hunt well concluded. I was waiting for the rest of you to arrive before I simply walked over to the Queen's Guard.
Well, hopefully you won't miss Taurus's presence too much. You'll
I
settle
would
for the
have.
rest of us.
I would have quite liked if he had been here, but he is attempting to make himself
Aw.
immune to the nightmare. Then it is his will that he must respect. Do you think that they'll just let us in?
Why not?
Before you say why not, Isha's already walking.
All right. So you start approaching this manor. There are, like I said, kind of like two guards directly outside. There's kind of like a T-shaped set of stairs that go up to it. And then there's like another guard at kind of a stable entrance off to the side. So you start walking towards the stairs, and the one that looks at you kind of goes wide-eyed and like turns, like grabs the other one's shoulder. It's like, what in the? What is that? And the other one looks over and is like, ah. I saw this one at the gate the other day. Or at the castle the other day. Friend of the king's.
There are two gates.
Yes.
Indeed.
I'm just saying you could have also seen me at the second gate.
Quite.
I am coming on. We don't have Ruis orders, but I want to speak with the Tamleoc guard. If you don't mind.
They kind of like give each other a look, and the one that knows of you is giving the other one a questioning look, and the other one is just looking terrified.
I promise you that no harm will come to her.
Nice. He looks unsure. He's like,
Does it not strike you as peculiar that a guard of a queen was messenger and not just a messenger?
I am not.
Just think about it. I don't care that it's not your station to think about.
They encourage that we don't. But it does seem strange.
It's...
The
Ruith is quite busy. It is... There's no telling how long it will take him to come here and retrieve what information she has.
From what I hear about recent events and how close you have become, it doesn't seem like it would be difficult for you to get permission.
Yes, but I'm here. And Ruith is. And she, like, points, like... She takes her wing and she, like, points.
Way over there.
He kind of gives a little bit of a sigh. Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check if you don't mind.
I don't mind. In fact, would you like this hidden?
No, it's fine.
It's the classic, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
I'll just take that. That's fine.
Okay. He gives a little bit of a sigh. He's like, I will trust in Ruth's trust.
It is well placed, I assure you.
And the other one, like before either of you are even done talking, the other one is like turning and unlocking the door and like pushing the door in and getting out of your way as quickly as possible. And the one who knows who you are, the one who recognizes you, will kind of like walk in with you. Inside the doorway, there's like a very nice carpet, another set of stairs kind of like going upward in this kind of large entry room. Candles flickering in both of the corners. There are some like tables that have been kind of pushed up here with like paperwork to act as kind of like a guard post, makeshift guard post in this manner. 2 guards sitting at one of the tables, and the one leading you in quickly explains, and they kind of like look unsure, but they basically you hear one of them kind of saying like, well, I'm going to write this in the report, and that's kind of the extent of it.
I'm sure they will.
And then you are led upstairs. And then there's kind of like it seems like the estate is kind of like cut into 2 upstairs, and they open kind of like a large set of doors that leads into a big hallway off to the eastern half, and you are led to one of a small set of rooms. He knocks on the door and says, you have visitors. And then there's like a little bit of a shuffling. And then you hear a familiar Tamleoc voice, but I haven't done the accent in months, so I'm sure it's gonna be terrible. Saying, well, let them in, I suppose. And takes some keys and unlocks the door. Opens it up, and inside you see the familiar Tamleoc Queensguard that you've met before, named Luna. The one you met in the hall, in the tunnels in Montecalano. She looks kind of surprised as the door opened. Like, her first facial expression was like kind of unsure, kind of like wary. Her hair is like a little bit messy. Like, she's been here a couple of days without really being checked on or brought anywhere. She didn't know how long she would be here. But her expression quickly shifts to surprise, seeing the group. She's like,
well, not quite the visitors I was expecting.
And who were you expecting?
Wasn't sure at this point, I suppose.
Well, hopefully you weren't expecting assassins or your executioner.
Wasn't off the list of possibilities.
Steris, do you mind seeing if she's enchanted in any way?
she is not. Sorry, I had to consult the dice. It wasn't a thing I had considered, but she is not.
Oop, I was muted. Oh my goodness. I said that I nodded and casted Detect or Read Aura at Isha's request, and then I'll tell Isha that she's not enchanted as far as I can tell.
Oh, that bodes well.
Her armor is slightly magical, but it's an incredibly familiar. Just it's +1 armor.
Yeah.
Can you recount to me the tale of how a Queen's Guard managed to escape guarding her queen?
Well, you start getting a little concerned. You ask a few too many questions. And then you get sent somewhere where you're not to bother, I suppose.
And the way she's saying this, she sounds a little hurt. She's recounting this story.
Hmm.
But wouldn't it just be easier to dispose of you?
But now what's been done here?
No, you're still quite alive, sadly.
She kind of flares her eyebrows for a moment of like kind of this like, well, what can you do expression.
Were you aware of the contents of your letter?
It was not. I still am not. But given the fuss that it's kicked up around here, we do have some guesses now, I suppose. I didn't. The Queen was talking about how he couldn't trust Rurith not to do something foolish, side with the Seraph, all sorts of strange excuses. She kind of shakes her head. It's like, I don't know how to explain.
What
Well-
questions? What questions were you asking that got you sent out here?
I was asking why we weren't mobilizing to do something about the Seraph. Why we were looking at east at Rurith at all. Spending so much time scouting the mountains. There were other decisions as well. Less, the lady had been distant. And dismissive. She had never been before. Sending Queen's Guards out of meetings and rather quickly silencing our concerns. Which is just unusual behavior. It seemed like she had been turning aside security. It seems like turning us aside for secrecy seems more and more like what she was doing.
Then we have advised Rurith to deal with Temel.
She kind of clenches her jaw and looks conflicted.
Oh, it is, then? It is a declaration of war that I delivered.
By your very hand.
Her, like, jaw kind of shakes. She takes a breath.
But if it does not seem like you are endangered,
That hardly matters. We'll be crushed. Doesn't make any sense. We don't have the forces to go up against Tamil. It's not the time for it. Besides, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Are you aware if the Queen sent similar the guards out to other places?
There. She sent scouts to Rudel. Not even to the borders. Well, that too. Northern mountains and such, but scouts through Rudel. Didn't understand that either. We always have guards at the southern border, but no increased activity there.
Have there been any evacuations of any kind?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Interesting.
But I've been going on weeks now.
How long has it been since you noticed the change in the Queen's behavior?
She was nearly right after we got back. Journeyed quickly from Montclana. Almost immediately, she started giving these strange orders. Throwing all the guards out of the throne room. Or, meetings with nobodies.
This has to be the Seraph's influence. Maybe if we can find a way to interrupt it, we could prevent this war?
It will not be a war.
This bloodshed.
It'll be a
Is
slaughter.
that not what you want?
I assume you're still asking Stairs.
Yeah,
Needless killing is not what I want.
I would argue that all killing is needless.
We can debate our philosophies on that later. I'd hate for our resources to be wasted. If we could instead try to find a way to target them more specifically, directly, at the Seraph himself.
I possess no such power.
Regardless, this should be shared with Rurith.
Rurith understands that this is important. The symbol on it's the Redelian symbol, right?
Yeah.
The huntsman.
Yeah. Do you happen to know the folklore of your people very well?
She looks confused at this sudden change in
conversation. It's like a little familiar,
Yeah, and then Isha sort of like on the carpet, she scores the symbol.
As soon as you start doing that, the guard that like came in and unlocked the room is like, "Oh, nope. I'll be wait outside." And like turns and walks down the hallway.
Yeah, like on the just literally on the carpet.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she's like on her bed, and we're like,
Well, she definitely like stood at attention when you were coming in, but yes. As the guard is walking away, you kind of whoever's at the door kind of hears him muttering like, "Robe is not going to like that."
It is on an artifact of great power. Any information you have on this would be very helpful.
Well, I know that it's the symbol of the Rudel royal family. I don't know, I've heard variations on what each symbol means. Like, I don't know, the one side is supposed to be a watchful eye of the hawk or some such, and then it's like the things that protect Rudel. The eye of the hawk, the eye of the mountains, and the eye of eternity, or something to that effect. Eye of the mountain, not eye of the mountains. Always found that odd. You think?
Is there a reason why a hunting madman would be walking around with such an emblem upon them?
Her face looks very confused and skeptical. She's like,
Big fan, maybe?
Maybe. I think something might be much more intimate going on here.
Yeah, can't say I could pin that one down. Might make sense to walk around with the Eye of the Hawk as a symbol, but not the whole thing. For a hunter? Don't really know. But if it's a madman who can put logic on what a madman does.
I think that you can find a lot of logic in insanity. It is just another way to view something.
Maybe so.
Do we have any more questions?
No, Stairs will shake her head no.
I can help you get there. I can answer any questions up until you get to the capital. If you take me with.
I don't believe that our direction lies that way.
But we'll keep it in mind.
You say you're not enemy, right?
I want to help my people. Go to war with Ruth, we'll be
Maybe you could best advise Rurith on how to limit casualties.
She opens her mouth and then closes it and kind of sets her jaw and glares a little bit, then is not comforting to her in this moment, at the very least.
Yeah, that was brutal. God damn.
Isha sort of her head jerks back a little bit. It seems I have struck a nerve.
She kind of swallows, and then she says,
If I would offer that you would come with us instead. But we will be taking you away from here. And if you want to protect your people, then you will need to remain here and be useful to Rurith.
None of us can afford this distraction. This hurts all of us. Tamleoc fighting Lanova, right when the Seraph business is happening. If it comes to blades, this hurts all of us.
She has a point, Isha. Maybe we need to reconsider our next steps.
I will go speak to Tive and Tyne. Unless you have already done that for me. Isha sort of like her head just like turns and like flops over as she looks at you.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I was
No,
busy
it is fine. Like I said, I will go speak with them. Who knows? Maybe we will be closer than we think.
Huh? How very optimistic.
Hope it's on your way then.
Luna says as she kind of like plops into one of the chairs at the table in her room, looking quite irritated.
In fact, I think you should come with us now. We can at least take you to Rurith and address this immediately.
That would be efficient.
It does feel peculiar that Temel would be declaring war against a nation they surely will lose against, but it is possible that the Queen is worried that she cannot protect herself and is instead seeking a stronger force to protect her.
All I can say is she wasn't speaking in measured, considered tones when I left.
When you are looking doom in the face, it is perhaps insane to speak in measured and calm tones.
I'll tell the guards that we're taking her with us. Stairs will go out towards the front of the manor.
Okay.
At the very least, you'll be safer with us than you will be with Rurith. If that is something you care about.
Small comfort. At the front, when you deliver this news, even the guard that kind of like knew of your group looks just like a little shocked and panicked. It's like, well, we it is only appropriate that we escort you there. Kind of like looks at the guards that are at the table. It's like, well, 4 of us go with them. 2 stay here and watch the 2 Tamleoc soldiers.
Oh, she came with soldiers.
Yes, she had a small entourage.
2.
2, yes.
Sarahs will respond to the guard and be like, I would expect nothing less.
Right. We'll be good to go in 5 minutes? 5 minutes, says as the other guards nod.
Yeah, Isha realizing that she has friends, question mark. Do you believe that the ones who came with you are compromised in such a way? Or are they simply...
They seemed worried. I don't, we were all uneased by this mission. I don't believe that they are.
We will double check as we leave.
Prudent.
Yeah, and I guess as Ceres is returning, Isha and the rest of the party are walking out with Luna. And when we see these soldiers, I need you to see if they are also branded.
Will do.
This guard that's been following you around is like,
We are taking the soldiers now. Wonderful.
I just need to... if it would be easier to take them all. We just need to see if...
I just need to look at them.
We don't have to take them, of course. It is not that important of a big deal. It's not that big of a deal.
the guard looks concerned as it sounds like this decision is levied upon him. He's like,
Best if you take them, maybe.
and he'll unlock the other doors and open them up. Each soldier had their own room. All the rooms are quite nice. They all had like a plate of like hard breads and like cheeses, and it seems like they're being fed decently well.
Why so many guards for these people?
They are royal guests, more or less,
Interesting.
arriving as diplomats. They have committed no crimes. They were just being held for the safety and security of the kingdom. As the news they delivered was apparently quite...
A shock.
yes, quite. Not that I know what news they delivered, of course.
Oh, of course. Anyway, the soldiers.
Yes. So yes. The doors are opened, and you can look them over. They too. Oh, I guess I haven't checked on them necessarily. But once you read aura on them, they don't have any magical effects upon them. What this doesn't account for any of them, you can't like tell if their memory has been modified from a read aura.
Yeah.
But as far as like enchantments go, and direct like control, there's no sign of any of that, or anyone watching them or anything like that.
I don't understand.
Somebody's easier to manipulate when all their trusted advisors are far away.
I guess I just don't understand why the Queen just wouldn't simply command people to stop talking. That's what I would do.
Because commands are foolproof.
Well, if I'm a queen, yes.
That would be a frightening sight.
Maybe one day I'll show you my kingdom.
All right.
So perhaps Sarah is more than a queen.
Right.
So the guards for the escort get rounded up, and the 2 soldiers and Luna as well, and the large group starts heading up towards the castle district. As you are departing, you see like 20 guards and Ogwyn rounding up a group of like 7 armed thugs, just kind of like in the street
Hell yeah.
near the gate.
We are cleaning up around here.
And a large fellow standing outside of a tea shop, kind of scratching his head. Meanwhile, Turris, what have you been up to while the group is wandering around?
He was taking a nap.
Can't believe you interrupted my nap. Jeez.
It's fine. If Turris wants to put his head back in the book and take a bit more of a sleep, that's fine.
Yeah, he's basically just gonna be scouring through books and things like that, just to find any information about animate dreams, and any other information about how to shield his mind against that and against the Seraph.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead and roll. It's if you have occultism, that is the best check for recalling knowledge on animate dream or an animate dream. Otherwise, just use your best recall knowledge check and take a +2 circumstance bonus for having a bunch of books in time to research.
Let's see, yeah. Occultism, you said?
Yes. Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna reroll that.
Okay. And if your like Arcana is more than 5 higher than your occultism, it's better to roll with that.
Oh, okay. Well, then that would be +11 instead of +2.
Okay, then that would be enough. Yeah. Okay, so I guess you already have kind of the baseline information about animate dreams from Steris. To truly, let's see. So right now, really all it can do is kind of send you these nightmares and kind of view them along with you. And it's just the spell nightmare. So if you have something like spell immunity, or if someone casts spell immunity on you for the spell nightmare, that would be a way to shield yourself from it, but you'd have to cast that every day. Otherwise, like fortifying your will is another way to kind of avoid these nightmares. And you know that the more dangerous thing is they can curse you with perpetual nightmares if they can actually touch you.
Hmm.
And you know that eventually can just like make you fall into an eternal nightmare, more or less. Well, not eternal, but an indefinite nightmare.
Uh-oh.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Just that.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
So, spell immunity is a 4th level spell that a lot of casters technically have access to.
I do not.
Yeah, not
It is
primal though.
It is on the list.
No.
It is not available to primal casters. But that is kind of a common solution to harassment from the nightmare spell.
So I need to get the anti-spell shield thingy-mabob. Maybe I can ask Ruth or something, I don't know.
Or set up some kind of cozy agreement with one of your party members that has access to that spell.
Who dat, though? Who dat?
I think Isha, maybe Scene? I can't remember if Scene's an arcane caster.
They are occult.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You guys have every type of caster. But I believe you're all spontaneous casters. You don't have like a breadth of spells. Like you don't have anyone that can like switch what spells they know super easily. So it might take a little bit of time to acquire.
Well, not sleeping forever then.
I wouldn't even know how to find such a creature. That is actually a great question to ask.
Okay. Do I find anything about general mind shielding as well, like towards the seraph?
Kind of looking. Mostly things that like make your will save better are going to be helpful there. I'm not immediately. Immunity to those kind of effects is a little hard to come by.
I would like to come by them still.
I don't have I don't have an answer for now.
Is an endless
Okay.
nightmare an incapacitation effect?
It does not have the incapacitation trait. No.
Okay.
I was like, it does incapacitate you, but only at stage 3.
Correct. Yes. But
Yeah.
but things that like negate incapacitation effects would not negate this.
But we don't have to worry about this endless nightmare thing. He's definitely he is not there yet.
Yes.
Prage. And if he is, we have other problems. Such as how the fuck did this happen? And who's next?
Hmm. Am I fatigued? Do I know if I'm fatigued or not?
No. No, you weren't fatigued from your nightmarish experience.
Oh, good.
Do you keep researching or do you depart the tower? It has been an hour, been a little over an hour now, and your party has not returned with Isha.
How long? Am I at the point where they're at the same point now? If that makes
Yeah,
sense?
more or less.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'd go probably back and find them.
All right. So you go to the guardhouse, walk through the door, enter Ruth's chamber. He turns around, like nods to you.
Nods back.
Kind of like drums his fingers on the arm of his throne for a moment, and he's like, "You might consider moving that door somewhere else in the castle."
Isn't it rather safe here?
It is that.
Let's say, do you have any sort of items, maybe a pendant perhaps of spell shielding?
I do not have such things on my person, no. What is troubling you? What do you need shielding from?
Well, I'm being plagued by an animate dream, and I suspect that it was sent by the Seraph seeking information from my mind.
The heads of one of the churches in town may be able to assist better than I. Perhaps the Church of Arcanus.
Oh yes, I shall seek them out. And if I have a map, I will mark where that is so I can visit it later.
Okay. Yeah, you get directions.
Do you have any idea what my compatriots went?
Rurith annoyedly. They're marching to my castle right now.
I have not kept tabs on them today.
Oh, not today.
From what I understand, they've
Told you
been
guys he was fucking watching.
rather busy.
He's always watching. We have been busy, Rurith. You're welcome. Yeah, we beat up one of your, like, priests, but he was bad guy.
Bad guy.
Oh. Hmm.
Well, then I shall seek to find them.
Okay.
Mind the door.
All of us walk in.
Yes, you begin walking out of the castle. And before you can even leave the castle, you see your party coming into the castle, escorted by guards. And Luna, the familiar Queen's Guard of Temel, and 2 Temelian soldiers.
Oh, new friends.
These ones are old.
A newly reunited.
I suppose that is a form of new.
You missed all the fun, tourists. I hope you found what you were looking for in all those books.
Not as much as I did like, but at least some direction. I need to find some sort of spell shielding to protect my mind against the animate dream at the very least.
Who has assailed you with an animate dream?
The Seraph, I suspect.
So, out of game, next time I level up, I will have an additional like spell slot that I can turn into a spell to help you. I don't know how to explain that mechanically in game, but I don't know when we'll be leveling up. So
I was also just about to ask, like, what's required to switch spell slots? Can you only do it when you level?
You can spend time retraining also.
we can retrain a spell. That is something that's what spontaneous spellcasters do. Is you can learn a new spell when you level up for free, or you can change a spell out for another spell for free. But changing our spell list requires like time and effort.
Yes.
Okay. So I was gonna say, if there's like, my spell list is absolutely not that optimized. I could probably change out something to help with this.
But yeah, I don't really. I basically just. I could it would take the same amount of time for me to do it as it would be for Scene to do it. And like buying a wand of spell immunity is pretty expensive, I think.
I am very broke. Hey, so
no.
I'm going to a church. They're charitable, right? Churches?
Yeah, right?
It will be more expensive to take it to a church and do it. Because that is how that works. It might not be that much, actually. It might only be like 600 gold. I think we have that. It's 700 gold. I think we have that, though.
For which one? Sorry.
So we have like 550 gold in the stash, for a 4th level wand.
Oh, okay.
We have like 550 gold in the stash. I have 106. I have 120 gold I could give. I gave Apahu and Asilia 10 platinum, so I have another 40. And I'm assuming they didn't use it all. So if we want to solve it like that, we can solve it with money.
I do love solving things with money.
We could throw on another show.
There's also 550 gold in the party stash.
Yeah, I'm counting that gold. So we're almost there, I think.
I also really don't mind changing out a spell, but
That will take you a week. Yeah, 670. So I just need 30 more gold, which would put us there.
I can give 30 gold.
So yeah, I guess while we're in game, I will maybe we can find a priest to craft a wand for us and give him the money. If we don't want to wait, I would hate for the Seraph to gain any more information from your mind.
Yes, I quite agree. Yeah, what are you all doing here with these folks?
Isha walks into the door. She's like, I need to go speak with some people really quick.
Of course. She loves to disappear when conversations to be had. We're here to fill Rurith in on a conversation we had with the Queen's Guard. We have reason to believe the Queen might be under the influence of the Seraph. Well, we know she's under the influence of the Seraph, we just don't know the full extent. Luna reported her behavior changed after she had returned from Common Court.
Oh. Fascinating. I do miss Common Court. That was such a splendid place.
Yes, splendid. One of my top favorite places. I almost died.
Oh yes, it was rather daring, wasn't it?
Anyway, we're trying to figure out if we need to prioritize shifting our next move. And I don't know if any of this is an earshot of Rurith.
I think this is in the hallway before the throne room.
In the hallway, okay. Perfect.
So the guards keep leading Luna and the other soldiers in. I assume you guys enter as well. Sounds like Isha was in first.
Yeah.
So
Beelining for the door.
Yeah, Rurith is like, you. She's like, me, and then walks past him.
just like, are you going to like the door to the tower?
Yeah.
Stop her, Rurith.
He, like, just watches Isha do that. And then, like, kind of looks back towards the door, seeing, like, Luna and the soldiers being brought in. And kind of narrows his eyes and looks a little... Looks curious.
It seems there have been some developments. You set off looking for the Ruchalics, and now you bring the Tamleans. I don't understand that these are related.
If Isha's been held up at all by Ruritz.
Why would Isha? Isha
No.
does not respect the man.
Okay.
Not even remotely.
He
Got
doesn't stop Isha. It's definitely funny that Isha was like, let's go have a conversation with Ruritz, and then just walks into the tower door.
That was Isha never said that.
I think Isha literally said that.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, and then my party were like, we're just not going to talk to the people we needed to talk to before. So Isha is now going to solve business she thought was already solved.
Oh my god. That can wait! Not in Isha's mind.
No, everything is equally important in her mind.
That's ridiculous.
She is cutting out what she thinks will be the thing that she can cut out first.
And neglecting what's immediately in front of her. Okay.
You guys are not known to neglect what is immediately in front of you. It's right in front of you. You guys can figure this out, I promise.
Ruritz is looking expectantly at the people left in the room.
Steris will come forward, kind of let out a bit of a sigh, seeing that Isha has well and truly disappeared again.
You hear the,
But now you know where she is.
you hear the door click
Yeah.
back to the tower.
As she locks it from the outside.
Tells the mud wretch not to let us in. No, and Steris will kind of motion to Luna to share what she shared with us, and then Steris will add that it seems there might be an opportunity here for us to avoid unnecessary bloodshed.
I do enjoy diplomacy when the situation calls for it.
It's a good
Often
thing
it
you're
does.
here, bud. We tried to be diplomatic earlier. It ended up okay. Not for the guy, though.
The guy?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you about him later.
Yeah, very well.
I do not disagree that this is a distraction that would be better cast aside. If you have means to do so, then by all means. Go with my blessing.
You will put Luna in our care.
His eyes kind of like flick to Luna. And then after a moment, he'll look back to you. And he'll say,
Saving me the trouble of finding a diplomatic way of returning her when our borders are under threat.
Excellent.
Oh, you're going to love the tower.
Ruritz scoffs. And Luna looks
I don't know
confused.
for certain yet how we're going to proceed, but it's good to know we have your backing.
Gives a nod. He's like, I trust you will find a way to resolve this, or we'll handle the situation at our border as we must.
Understood.
I do wish you luck.
Thank you. We'll likely need it.
Yeah, I'll nod again. And doesn't seem terribly interested in your plans on the matter.
Excellent. All right, tourist, you get to do your favorite thing. Take a new person into your tower.
Oh, how novel. Come.
Is it still novel? It will be for them. You lead them to the door, push it open. There is a rush of, a cooler air again, probably. You never really, it kind of depends on how the sun's gonna land. You never really know how warm or chilly it will be at the tower. The snow comes and goes. But you lead them through, and they look confused for a moment before they enter, and then they come through, and Luna's eyes are like a little bit wide. She kind of shakes off the vertigo of stepping through that kind of teleportation doorway, and then looks around, takes in the sight of it, and is in awe for a moment.
Welcome to Tower Ironcrad, and he flourishes with his hand.
Isn't that your name? Is this place named after your family? Owned by your family?
And
In a manner of speaking.
Luna is interested in the history of the place and has no idea what she's getting into.
Well, you see, this is me.
Take your home very seriously, I see.
Scene will, pretty much to Luna's perspective, have materialized next to them. We're inside him.
Yeah. That's a bit ominous. You're gonna have to explain that one.
And she'll take the tour. And end it having kind of an understanding of what's going on. Kind of. She'll say she does.
Excellent.
Isha, you find Tithe and Egwin easily enough. They're actually up in the library. Kind of looking over some things themselves.
Have you found anything interesting?
Did you have them looking over? What specifically did you have them looking over? I know first it was...
I didn't have them looking for anything.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I couldn't remember if last time you sicked them on the collection of, folklore and stuff that you had put together.
No, I have not actually given them anything.
Okay.
I was going to do that myself.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, then they're like Egwin's like, we have found shockingly little on the origin of this tower that tourists wanted us to look into. It's we found bits and pieces. What can we do for you?
This castle that you were to seek before?
Yes, the arcs.
Can you show me where it's at?
Well, and he looks at.
And then she points to the map on the wall with her wing.
Yeah, he looks at Tithe. Tithe kind of stands up and walks over to the map. Kind of cocks her head and
Yeah, and I don't know if this is like a super up-to-date map or not, but Isha's like, oh, I think we're about here. And she points out where we are.
right. Well, they kind of say they point to Rudel and they're like, our investigation was going to take place here. We were going to start in the capital city of Rudel and look into some rumors and fairy tales there, and then it should be the stories we have read reference mountains that are not far from the capital city there. So we would try to find
Oh, how the corridor sways.
She tilts her head. She's like, I'm sorry?
I think you'll find that where we are going next is quite convenient.
Her eyes kind of slide over to Egwin and then back, and she's like, but you did take us off of that job.
It has seemed that the hand that moves has dictated that you are back on that job.
They share another look, and it is an excited one. They try to stifle it, but they're happy to hear that they get to chase this down.
There is no reason to hide your excitement. I feel it well.
Well, it'll be good to pull out research notes on that subject again. We don't like suspending a project before we get our answers.
Yeah, Isha kind of spins and turns in place as she begins to walk away.
You hear them start to chatter behind you as you close the door.
She does not particularly care what they have to say, so she will not attempt to listen.
Okay.
I'm sure it is them just being very excited about being able to do what they were going to do before.
Pretty much, yes.
And I guess she sees that everyone is here.
Yep. And Turris is giving Luna the tour.
That was fast.
There was. Rurith had nothing to say, really.
Okay, well that is because you didn't make him say anything.
We got.
Do not worry, I will go make him say something.
I can do nothing right with her.
Steris is like, we got what we wanted. Nisha's like, that's all?
Literally.
I love it.
I'm going with her. Yeah, Stairs will be kind of stifled for a moment, and Isha's on her way.
Yeah, like she sees that you like tense up and clench your hands, but she stops moving.
Like, well, I'll go with you so I can see how it's done. What more do you want from him? I'm confused.
I would like for him to pay for the wand.
You just want to extort him because you don't like him.
And?
We have the money.
You want to kill people because you don't like them? How is this different?
You know my motivation.
You know mine.
Okay, well, he certainly has some to spare.
I agree.
Okay.
We're just like that. Who's the one who steals from the rich and gives to the poor?
Well, Robin Hood, of course, but I don't know if that's who it is in this game.
Yeah, we're not.
We are simply securing funding for the mission. That's what this is.
Correct. And
Okay.
we're taking someone he had to watch out of his care. He should be paying us.
I'm learning a lot.
There's much more for you to learn.
There always seems to be. All right, let's go extort him.
Extorting time.
You walk back through the door.
One more time today, we're
Birth is in his throne. Before him is Ogwyn and Drobe with a
Please tell me it's the burnt carpet.
it is unfortunately just Father Guyot on his knees, hands tied behind his back, like pushed down and in front of Rurith.
This guy.
As it comes,
as
as
door,
they're talking,
as the door opens again, you just like see Rurith like around the throne. You just see him like put his elbow on one of the arms of the chair of the throne and like put his forehead like into his fingers. Just a moment.
simply act.
Go ahead.
You can simply act like we're not here too, done with your business. Though I think you should just simply exterminate the pest. Isha smirks, knowing she is the pest.
He will be tried,
It might
and we will hold him until then.
Oh, so fair of you.
Right. I'm sad I missed his blubbering before you. Surprised he had any left.
He did not get too much of that out before I begged him to silence.
Hmm.
Everyone's kind of like, the other two are like looking at you guys. And then Rurith is like, well, take him. And Drobe kind of like looks back and forth and then grabs him, hauls him up to his feet, and pulls away Father Guyot, and Ogwyn follows.
We really helped clean up your city today.
Progress has been made, it would seem.
And we've taken a prisoner off your hands.
Kind of like slowly turns towards you now and crooks an eyebrow, but does not respond.
We can just simply ask it plainly of you if you wish.
I beg.
The soul of the tower is compromised, and we do not have the funds to ensure that he will be safe. And if he is compromised, then I fear that maybe this entire operation falls to shambles.
Shrugs, you say?
I have already given him advice on this subject.
We don't need advice anymore. We need money to make a wand.
He gives you a very flat look. And then sighs. It's like... says I will have it written up that this is a request from the king. And that the man will be paid by separate order.
Oh, how gracious. It will not go unnoticed.
On the condition
We're here today.
that you also uncompromise my throne room and move to Wondrous Blessed Door somewhere, anywhere else.
I have a feeling that you will see this door probably never again. If you're lucky, of course. But I know that you are not lucky in that way, sadly.
There's almost like a twitch of a towards a smile. The closest thing to a smile that you have ever seen from Urith.
We certainly have evidence of that. Very well.
Yeah, Isha will sit and wait patiently for this writ.
Yes. A bit of parchment is brought to him. He, like, writes a quick note. It's, like, less than 10 words for sure. Signs it. Folds it. He does not physically stamp it, but he chants something, and a seal appears on it. Like, a wax seal kind of appears sealing it. And then he like flicks his fingers and it kind of hops into the air and kind of twirls down onto the ground next to you. Or in the air in front of you.
I have something else to question you over.
Stairs kind of looks at Isha. Like,
This is a far more important matter, in my opinion, than the wand.
You have my attention.
How do you believe the Queen will act when we get to Rudel and inevitably accomplish what we seek? We have no way to hold the power there.
He kind of like crooks an
So
eyebrow,
I need
and he's like,
you to write a treaty or something ensuring that you and
is the slip of the...
Rudel will work together.
Yes. Do you say Temel or do you say Rudel?
I mean Rudel, because we're going to Rudel.
Okay. It is the Queen of Temel.
Oh my god, this is so confusing.
Rudel is
Okay,
like
the Queen of Temel, Temelian, Rudel.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. I have it all in order now. My brain is just...
Does Isha...
There's so much information.
Yes, of course. Does Isha have it in order? Or does Isha actually say Rudel?
I will have it be that Isha says the wrong thing first.
Okay.
Because I do think that it was Isha's plan to go like this.
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense. And
Because they have a weakened border and we could just come here and deal with it.
yeah, he says,
I find myself curious what brings you beyond Temel to Rudel. I will have proposal of a treaty written up. That will take more than... Will take a little more work to get that right, but I will have it done by the end of the night.
Would you like to know our business, or is that something you would prefer not know?
What would draw you to Rudel? I am curious.
We have some archaeologists in our... I am forgetting words left and right today. What's the word for a group of people?
Party? Gang?
Party, retinue, entourage,
Cohort?
Red entourage.
posse.
Entourage. I was like, it's Aj. It has an Aj in there. Entourage. And I believe that their target lies in the mountains somewhere. My plan was to guide us through to Rodel, then to Temel.
It would not. Of course, you cannot confirm whether this is the case or not, but I find myself wondering if this has something to do with the tower's mother. The ley line nexus that used to be under her care.
I cannot confirm or deny since I do not know.
Gives a little nod.
It is something that the voice was having investigated. Or not the voice, the... whatever. The eye. The ugly old one that looks dead.
Very well.
But we will have Turris move the door, and then we will hopefully be out of your hair for a while. How fortunate that will be for you.
Fortunate indeed. I do wish you luck with these tasks.
And to you, Great Hunter.
Hunter. Feel walled in the den at present.
That does not change what you are.
And he will call for further parchment to start writing up like a proposed treatise with Temel.
And me and Steris and Isha will just go get this wand right now.
Yeah.
Yes. So you go and get that. Do you bring Turris at all?
We don't need to bring Turris for this, do we?
No.
To make sure that we're not actually bothering him, yeah, I don't think it's required to bring Turris, so
Okay.
I don't think we should.
They have two things. Well, so they will make the wand for you, no problem. They also have another item that they will sell for acquisition price. They have a Resolute Mind Wrap, which it's not like super good, but it's decent. It gives you resistance 5 against mental damage, and then as a reaction, you can give yourself a +1 item bonus to your will saving throw as a reaction once per day. And once you do that, you have doubled resistance. You have 10 resistance to mental damage for.
I need my guy to have as much mental resistance as possible. How much is it?
360 normally. He'll sell it for 180 then.
Okay, so we will Yeah, and then I will give him 20 gold as like a tip.
Oh,
Well, that way we
Wow.
have 350 gold divided by 4,
nice.
which means we'll all get 87 gold and 5 silver.
Okay. Should I throw the Resolute Mind Wrap directly on Turris's sheet?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay. And then I will also make the wand. So like 3 people can cast spell immunity, which is this.
Yes, it is. It is on Turris' spell list.
Yes.
So you can also just give it to him as well.
Okay. Okay. Turris, you now have a wand of spell immunity on your sheet as well.
Sweet.
Gifts
Casting
provided.
that immediately.
Gifts provided by Isha upon returning.
Wonderful.
And Steris.
And Steris.
Steris is also there.
Yes.
2.
You can glamour the the Resolute Mind Wrap however you like. Or you can dictate kind of how that looks. You can flavor that however you want.
That's a tinfoil hat.
By default, it is a headband covered in like branches of a certain tree, but that might not be how you want to look all the time. Oh, I guess it's just it's just cloth painted like branches.
Oh. I'll think about that. I'll dwell on this.
Very well.
But yeah, as we return, Isha gives you these items. She's like, you need to move your door. It is bothering Ruth quite a lot.
It's a shame. It's so regal here.
It's okay. We are going to develop a strategy to deal with Temel. But while we're doing that, we'll go to Rudel. And we can see if we can gather aid there as well. I know that you were seeking to go to Temel immediately, but we don't have a way to hold the power in Temel if we achieve anything there. So I figure if we can at least go to Rudel, we have some assistance in that manner.
Very well.
And we can hopefully find whatever these archaeologists were looking for. Ruth had a theory that it had to do with Vicitia and the ley lines, but I don't really know if that's true or not. It does seem that who's the eye? What's his fucking name?
That's
Augustine.
Augustine, isn't it?
Augustine.
Yeah.
Poopenstein.
Poopenstein.
It does seem that Augustine's research was related to them in some way, but so it's possible, but it seems like a worthwhile lead regardless.
Interesting.
And no more nightmares for you. And I'll ask, I still don't particularly understand what happened with you and the Seraph. We'll have to talk about that at some point.
I can't claim to know entirely myself, but I suppose so. That'd be worthwhile.
When you go to move the door, I need to go find Acilia. she's not yet returned.
Very well. I shall find somewhere else in the palace to relocate it.
This Cecilia bitch is harder to find than Isha.
She was in the inn before. She was just still in the room.
So funny. Harder to find than Isha has been in one place this entire time.
Just so you know, Isha would never be in the same place. Like that.
We know.
She would never. She would never think, I'll just go back to where I left her.
No. We are well aware, having had to track you down through burnt symbols on walls and shit. Yeah, we know.
Good. Okay, perfect. We have a plan. I love our plan, and our plan is
God, yay.
almost exactly the same, which I love even more.
Our plan just has more context. Yay.
More context is good. All right. So you go and get the door moved. Isha, you go and talk to Asilia. Do you want to do that here, or is this?
No, it's okay. We can do that later. I'm not that pressed. We only have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long this conversation will be, so I'm okay with just calling it here.
Okay.
We can also just say that she's back at the tower, and we can like RP that later. That way, it's more convenient for us to leave.
Sounds good. All right. So, you guys make your additional preparations, and then return to the tower to rest once more. Except Isha probably finds a barn or a rooftop or a pond or something to sleep in.
Yeah, I guess we need to figure out how we're planning to leave.
That's a good question.
I guess we're...
So, while the party in-game is collecting themselves and their thoughts, we can, again, kind of table talk how you guys would like to traverse where you need to go from here. It is a bit of a pain in the ass, historically speaking. That's the whole thing here, is these mountains suck. These mountains suck to get through, so traveling directly to Tamleoc and Rudel is kind of hard from here.
Yeah, at the very least, we aren't trying to march an army.
Yes. Marching over them as a group of 5 to 10 is much easier than marching an army through the mountains.
I was going to say, do we need like clothing so we don't die from the cold? I can only negate one direction. I cannot deal with the other.
Oh, you can only mitigate heat.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh my god, I have the map of Temel like done. I don't need to. I forgot that.
You got to do Rudel.
I do got to do Rudel, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it'll just take us a whole session to walk through these mountains. Like, there's got to be a way, big guy can like get us to here, huh? What do we think? Do you think we can extort him again?
You know, if it gets us out of his castle, yeah.
True. Well, we could just never draw another door, though.
That's true.
That would be funnier.
That does help you get from the tower to his castle. It does not help you get back to the tower.
Cause... Alright. I guess it's not worth the meme.
It is excellent extortion material, though.
I love X-Flag extortion material. This is only... That's like a day. 3 days to get there? I guess we could just go like this and make it 2 days.
It might be 3 days no matter which way you split it.
Yeah.
And it's like whether you want
It's
to spend
okay.
a day going all the way around versus a day going through the mountains.
Over, yeah. I will see what I can purchase to make mountain travel easier.
Okay.
Because I don't know. Is this cold? Is this like colder up here? Because that's really it's really important that we don't get hypothermia and die.
That is incredibly important.
So like going, you're very rarely, if you're like traversing through like mountain valleys and stuff, you're not usually like going up to the peak where it like is cold and frozen and whatever.
Well, some places, some mountains are so high that even the low part of the mountain is cold.
Yeah,
so
it's
I was
a
just
good question.
Not sure.
It's probably not like frozen up there because you are quite near the equator.
Okay, that's convenient. So if you're saying I don't have to spend extra money on something, I love that for me.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, and make sure everyone adds the 87 gold and 5 silver to their character sheet.
Will do.
You wanna?
Or it's 87 gold and 50 silver. My bad, I don't know how to do math.
That's okay, me neither. I don't remember adding any EXP from last session, and do we have some for the session 2 maybe?
Let us level.
Please, dear God, let us roll up.
Oh my
Please, dear
lord.
God.
Yeah, you just want a cool 512 XP?
No, I'm at 688.
I swear
my
we-
character sheet is not updated.
Oh,
I
alright.
swear
you are much
we
closer.
were supposed to get more. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
just asking for 312, actually.
I just happened to look at Isha and Scene of Auctions sheets first.
No, yeah, my character sheet hasn't been updated because
Yeah, don't follow them. They don't know.
well, when you gave EXP 2 weeks ago, I went and took a giant shit.
Yeah. It's 200. You got 200
It's true,
XP.
I don't know. I just don't pay attention.
You got 200 XP for the big fight with... for the big fight. With the stolen voice, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That puts us at 888.
No, that is what I already gave you.
Aw, damn.
But
I was trying to gas at you.
for the last 2 sessions, including the fight you evaded this time, and the kind of like progress getting things in order here, and like picking up Luna, etc.
Buffalo barrel storing, you know.
We will
Come on.
put
It was a good filler episode.
I believe I will put you at an even 900.
What the?
Which is 212, which is that's a good chunk of XP.
This doesn't feel fair, especially when you're the one who's making us wait to play next.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Well,
Also, what about
Think
that really awesome scene that Scene and Sarah's had? That was worth
True.
another
it was a
XP.
great scene. I should have given a hero point for that.
I was waiting,
you
but I'm
could
like, it's not our
also-
bond.
You could also just give 100 EXP.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
I'll
I will
tap in the
sacrifice my
point.
hero point.
Yeah.
I believe we had a previous session with some similar arguments for some bonus XP, and I ended up giving you guys like a good bump. I think even more than 100 bonus XP
Yeah,
or the
so
previous
therefore the
time this
precedent is
conversation came
set.
up. And I said, yes, we'll give you this big bump in XP because we are going to wait to play and all of this other stuff. But also, it's the last time I'm going to be bullied about XP.
All right, I didn't want to do it, but
I don't remember.
I'm gonna cash in the brother card. I
Oh,
think
nepotism!
because
Yes!
yeah, I think I'm owed a little bit of nepotism
You're-
XP. All right.
The brother
And
card,
think
you didn't
as
know it.
seen
You
said-
didn't know it, but it was spent on having a character named Scene of Action with an entirely customized relic with lots of Scene of Action references baked in.
All right, well, if
Lovingly
you
put
insist on
together.
if you insist on railroading, us, that's fine
Railroading
by
the
me.
rewards.
You're such a good sport.
Thank you.
Also, thank you for that. I do appreciate the custom.
We
yeah.
don't get. There was very little Varys heckling in the last 2 sessions.
true.
So we have to,
Oh,
It's true.
we got to get out of our system.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Here's the last card I'll throw out. What if I offer to learn and run Slug Blaster?
Whoa. But that's just the promise of something. That's not anything tangible right now.
No. It's tangible. I'll do it.
Mm.
Tempting, but no. I do want you to do that. But not for 100 XP.
That's what
I'll
worth
sweet-
way
I'll
more than
sweeten
100
the deal.
XP.
But I appreciate the shift from heckling to bribing. I do like that.
You do
What
like
about
the
compliments? You're such a good GM.
You're such a good GM. We love
Very, very good GM.
we love the voices you do.
You're right. The
It's-
pacing
yeah,
for
you
this
put so much.
the pacing for the session was right on. It was flawless pacing. All of the characters had things to do the whole time.
Yes.
Honestly, I think you should give us bonus XP because we didn't dilly-dally in the beginning.
That's definitely more Moto's space, Moto's area.
Yeah.
I
Eris likes when we dilly dally.
have things that are on my list that need to get done. Varys doesn't have a list. Varys' list of vague cloud of words that he needs to mark out.
It is a big cloud of words.
It's a
We
little
got through a
different.
lot
It's
of
a little
the,
different.
We got through a lot of the cloud of words. I'm very pleased with what got done today.
What if we start giving you villain hero points?
Yeah.
Villain point. In exchange for this one.
First things first. We have to contract what villain points will be earned from before I agree. Because if it is getting heckled, I can't agree.
True.
It's my favorite thing to do. He would have an endless supply.
What if, like hero points, all of your characters start with 1 at the beginning of session?
An interesting proposal. I have to look how mythic enemies work and if they have a meta currency. I don't remember.
They also have mythic points,
Oh,
yes.
okay. All right.
They have powers that they can spend on them, just like mythic characters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that feels pretty worth 100 experience points.
I was fine when you said no the 3rd or 4th time.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, this
You're
is just
welcome.
nepotism trying to happen now.
Now this is
True.
actually nepotism for real.
Yes.
Mhm, mhm. Well, thank you guys for playing.
Thank you.
I will try to figure out the scheduling stuff soon. I will let
Okay.
you know when I have more information. And yeah.
Also, talk to your boss and see if you can alternate the days a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would appreciate, because I would be okay with my game moving to 2 Sundays a month too. If that ends up having to be what it is, I'm fine with that. So I want you to understand that I'm willing to do that as well.
Okay. We'll see.
I also don't mind
'cause
playing during the week.
it might literally be like me and a full-time person just like covering the whole week at this place. So I also don't want to like fuck with them too much beyond my like
Yeah. You just started this job. It's tough to make demands of schedule this early
yeah.
on.
And he's already accommodating me a bit. I said like right now I can't do Wednesdays and I need one weekend day off as well. And he's very happy to accommodate that. I don't want to complicate it too much.
No, of course. I understand. I just was trying to give you more information
Yeah. No, I appreciate
than
that
you
as
probably
well.
require.
I will definitely keep that in mind if it needs to like rotate or however it's gonna work. So, yeah. We'll get that figured out, and you're all free. I'm gonna go say goodbye to stream, and then I'll be back.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Catch you later.
Later.
See ya.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming and hanging out, watching some Pathfinder. It was a good session. I quite enjoyed it. It seems like it'll be a little bit before we play again, but I'll figure that out. It will be posted in my Discord if you are interested in getting updates on that at all. There will also be updates on when we're working on music and when music is released and stuff. Oh, I missed a ban on someone in here. Let's get that done. Okay. So, if you're interested in that at all, my Discord information is in the chat on Twitch, and sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, we'll be back soon, probably with quite a bit of music this week. I'm working tomorrow and Monday, but then after that, I have like a few days where I'm just chilling. So we'll try to work on some music. I have another big commission deadline coming up, so we gotta hammer some stuff out. And other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend and then a wonderful start of your week, and I'll see you all again real soon. Goodbye. Oh, also, we're gonna raid Lunchbox, lol. Come say hi!